The House Appropriations Committee will come to order. Will the clerk please take attendance?
Chair Whitworth.
Here.
Representatives O'Neill.
Present.
Rixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morse. Peary. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney.
Here.
Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Leitner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Borton. Fink. Cavett.
Here.
DeVore.
Here.
Kuhn.
Here.
Schutte. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 29 members present. You do have a quorum.
Thank you. Rep. Rixey moves to approve the minutes from April 26 meeting. There being no objection, the minutes are approved. Today we'll pick up where we left off last week by continuing to hear testimony on the remaining departmental budgets before sending them to the floor. We'll start by taking up House Bill 4247 that appropriates to the Department of Corrections for the 2024 fiscal year. This budget was reported last week by the MDOC subcommittee chaired by Representative O'Neill. Representative O'Neill will now give us the key highlights of this budget.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Minority Vice Chair, to my members on the committee. I want to appreciate the opportunity to present today. Also, colleagues, we are very fortunate to have such great staff here at House Fiscal. Special thanks to Robin Risco for her wisdom and insight and intellect in terms of this budget. Also, Cynthia Paul, my policy team staff, who has institutional knowledge beyond measure. So special thanks to you all. I'd like to give you a highlight of the MDOC budget and take questions after. The total budget is $2,740,000. The total budget is $2,074.2 million gross, $2,029.4 million general fund. The budget is $50.8 million gross, $50.7 million general fund under the current year appropriations levels. And the budget is $10 million gross and $10 million general fund over the executive recommendation. I'd like to mention major changes to the current year budget recommended by the governor and included in the House substitutes, and they are: a savings of $48.9 million due to the closure of the Michigan Reformatory and a wing at Gus Harrison, $15.6 million for the department to treat up to 1,600 additional prisoners with opioid disorder using medication treatment, assisted treatment, $10.7 million to cover the increased costs of the prisoners' health care contracts, $1.7 million to cover increased costs of providing hepatitis C treatment for prisoners. I'd like to add major changes added by the House, and they include, as an effort to address the retention and recruitment that we face here with MDOC, I added $16 million for the department to grant up to $1,500 signing bonuses for new correction officers and up to $3,000 retention bonuses for the existing correction officers. $3.3 million for the department to establish an intelligence unit. The unit would be responsible for providing investigatory and intelligence operations, which would include intelligence operations for prisoner phone services. Transferring operations for the prison phone services from contractual to in-house would enable the department to negotiate lower rates for the prisoners and their families in future contracts. A new rate of 0.062 to 0.073 per minute would represent a savings between 16% to 29% compared to the current rate of 0.087 per minute. Colleagues, I would like to add and also give appreciation to the department for the work on the vocational villages that we have in three locations. With that being said, I added $2.3 million for the department to collaborate with state universities to provide prisoners with the opportunity to participate in comprehensive bachelor's degree programs. Also, we added a new program, pilot program, for $402,000 for Silent Cry to establish Harvesting Hope Healing Trauma Pilot Project, which would offer disadvantaged offenders assistance with ongoing mental health issues upon release from prison. Also, additional $400,000 for a program, Come Out, Stay Out, to provide education, employment, and housing services to offenders upon release. Also, a reduction of $2 million from the Public Safety Initiative line item. Also, would like to point out that the House substitute does not include the total requested for the department body-worn cameras or the PREA and Harassment Investigation Division. There is a $100 placeholder included for these items so we can keep the discussions going on the implementation of these programs. We are concerned about the constitutional implications such as privacy rights and due process rights regarding this department category. We are also concerned about the corrections ombudsmen and the MCOs were not a part of the discussions. As for the boilerplates, we restored most of the reporting requirements that were deleted in the executive recommendations. There are several new boilerplates in the sections that I would like to highlight. They include Section 215, prohibits appropriations from being used to restrict or interfere with the actions related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Section 302 requires the department to conduct a feasibility study to assess aspects of allowing custody staff to reach their highest level of pay within 3 years instead of 5 years. This is also an effort to address and strengthen the retention area that we have issues with. Section 309, we added language requiring the department to provide notice to the legislature 45 days in advance of amending, extending, or rebidding the telephone contract and changing telephone rates. Section 311 requires the department to include tolerance and cultural diversity and sensitivity training in addition to diversity, equity, and inclusion training. Section 317 requires the department to work to promote and recruit more minority and female corrections officers. Section 607, this language is new language the House includes to go along with the $15.6 million appropriations for the medication-assisted treatment. Section 709, we add that pregnant prisoners can also have a doula with them during labor and delivery. Section 714 requires a report from the department on prisoners losing their visitation privileges. Section 717, this is new language the House includes to go along with the $3.3 million appropriations for the investigation unit. Section 718 requires the department to submit a preliminary report to the legislature when they plan to close, consolidate, or relocate correctional facilities. This report is required to be submitted at least 30 days before the effective date of the closure, consolidation, or relocation. Then, finally, there are new sections, and they are Sections 802, 803, 804, and 805 to go along with the appropriations decisions for the Come Out, Stay Out program, the signing and retention bonuses for corrections officers, Silent Cry, and the category for the university and colleges prison programs. Madam Chair and colleagues, that concludes my update from the Department of Corrections.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing no further questions, Representative Morse moves to adopt substitute HB 4247. Will the clerk please call the roll? H1, sorry. Will the clerk please call the roll?
On the motion to adopt the H1 substitute, Chair Whitwer,
Yes.
Representatives O'Neill,
Yes.
Rixey, Hood, Braybeck, Morse, Fury, Steckloff, Weiss, Martis, McKinney,
Yes.
Menser, Morgan, Price, Skaggs, Snyder, Wilson, Lightner, Bolin, Green, Slaw, Beeson, Horton, Fink, Cavett, DeBoer, Kuhn,
No.
Shooty, Steele. Madam Chair, you have 26 yeas, 3 nays, no pass. The H1 is adopted.
Thank you. There are amendments. The first amendment is Representative Bolin. Would you like to speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Chair O'Neill, for presenting this budget. Amendment number 1, this amendment provides that funding must not be used to require actions related to diversity, equity, and inclusion, or to interfere with or restrict an individual's ability to exercise their rights as outlined in the Michigan Constitution. With that, I move my amendment.
Thank you, Representative. Will the clerk please call the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer,
No.
Representatives O'Neill,
No.
Rixey, Hood, Braybeck, Morse, Fury, Steckloff, Weiss, Martis, McKinney,
No.
Menser, Morgan, Price, Skaggs, Snyder, Wilson, Lightner, Bolin,
Yes.
Green, Slaw, Beeson, Borton, Fink, Cavett, DeBoer,
Yes.
Kuhn,
Yes.
Shooty, Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no pass. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Bolin, would you like to speak to your next amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment allows the legislature to reappropriate funds by resolution if the admin board moves funds that were previously appropriated by the legislature. And with that, I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill?
No.
Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Lightner? Bolin?
Yes.
Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shooty? Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no pass. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Bolin, would you like to speak to your third amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment number 3 deals with legacy costs. I think it's extremely important to continue the reporting in each budget to show what our long-term liabilities and obligations. One of our primary functions is as appropriators, and I think having the full picture of what our outstanding liabilities are is prudent. And with that, I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill?
No.
Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Lightner? Bolin? Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shooty? Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no pass. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Slaw, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Though I really appreciate where the chair has gone with this part of the budget, which is the Chance for Life, my amendment would be that we actually eliminate the funding line item and the boilerplate language for Chance for Life program, and I move that amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill?
No.
Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Lightner? Bolin? Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shooty? Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no pass. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Slaw, would you like to speak to your next amendment?
Yes, please. The next amendment would be that there is to provide funds appropriated for a gender reassignment legal defense, and those funds must be used by the Department for Legal Defense related to the prohibition on using state funding for gender reassignment surgeries and therapies while the individuals are under the DOC jurisdiction, and I move that amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill?
No.
Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner? Bolin? Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shooty? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no pass. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Leitner, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment is simple. It just cuts funding a little bit for Goodwill Flip the Script, reducing the amount from $1.25 million to $1 million. I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill?
No.
Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner? Bolin? Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shooty? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 11 yeas, 16 nays, 2 passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Slaw, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you. My amendment would be to add the word non-addictive in the language regarding the medication-assisted treatment program. And this would address the pre-existing boilerplate language, and I move that amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill?
No.
Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner?
Yes.
Bolin? Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shooty? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no pass. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Slaw, would you like to speak to your next amendment?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. This amendment would add the words non-addictive in the language related to the medication-assisted treatment program, but it would address that in the newly proposed boilerplate language. And so I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill?
No.
Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner? Bolin?
Yes.
Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shooty? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Bolin, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment just merely requires a biannual parole report rather than a quarterly parole report. And with that, I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill?
No.
Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner? Bolin?
Yes.
Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shooty? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Snyder moves to report House Bill 4247 with recommendation as substitute H1. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to report, Chair Whitwer,
Yes.
Representatives O'Neill,
Yes.
Brixey, Hood, Raybeck, Morse, Fury, Steckloff, Weiss, Martis, McKinney,
Yes.
Menser, Morgan, Price,
Yes.
Skaggs,
Yes.
Snyder, Wilson, Leitner, Boland,
Yes.
Green, Slaw, Beeson, Horton, Fink, Cavett, DeBoer,
Pass.
Kuhn,
No.
Shudi, Steele. Madam Chair, you have 17 yeas, 3 nays, 9 passes. House Bill 4247 is reported with recommendation as substitute H1.
Thank you. Next, we'll take up House Bill 4286 that appropriates the school aid budget for the 2024 fiscal year. This budget was reported last week by the School Aid and Education Committee Subcommittee chaired by Representative Weiss. Representative Weiss will now give key highlights of this budget.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is quite a big budget, so we are not going to be able to get into every item on here, but for those of you following along in your various giant stacks of paper that you have in front of you, I'm going to be going over the summary document for House Bill 4286 for school aid. I want to first start by extending a huge note of gratitude to our two House fiscal analysts, Jacqueline Mullen and Noel Benson, for the tremendous amount of work and effort that they put into both, especially the school aid budget as well as the MDE budget, as well as Thomas Horton, our policy analyst, Liam Bagley, my legislative director, Vice Chairs DeBoer, Vice Chair Morgan, everyone else on the committee, as well as every member who's reached out with ideas, thoughts, feedback on the budget, every member of the public who've attended committee hearings or expressed concerns of things that they care about to get into this budget. Understanding that we are overall, in terms of overall revenue, underfunding our schools by at least $4.5 billion. We did the best that we could in this budget to try to prioritize putting money in a way that it's going to most directly impact the classroom, focusing on equity. And so you will see that as we go through some of these things and highlight that along the way. So I'm going to go through the first, touch on the first 16 items for FY24. So the first one, foundation allowance, sections 22A and B. The executive increased the foundation allowance by 5% over last year for an additional $614 million gross. For our increase, we had a slightly more moderate increase, and I'll explain a little bit more why as we go forward. So the House recommends a 4% increase of $488 million overall to provide an additional $366 per pupil, raising it from last year to $9,516 overall per pupil. Additionally, under the foundation allowance, cyber school reduction, the executive proposed an 80% cut from the target foundation. The House, we maintained the cyber school foundation allowance from last year without giving an increase. The thought here was, and listening to a lot of the concerns that were expressed, and actually looking through a lot of the budgets for these cyber schools, it did seem that there was some inequity between costs for brick and mortar schools and cybers. However, we were concerned about the impact that a cut could potentially have, and so the decision was made to simply not give them an increase. Again, trying to address some equity issues there. Additionally, for foundation allowance, a 2-year blend. The executive did not include this. In the House, we included $71 million to revise the pupil membership blend for a 2-year average. This is really to address a major issue for schools across our state. When we have declining population, over 70% of our schools are experiencing declining enrollment from year to year. That can create major difficulties when it comes to budgeting. Being that count day falls at the beginning of the year in October, sometimes decisions have to be made where staffing cuts are made mid-year. That can be very disruptive to the classroom. And so we decided to include funding to give some more stability in budgeting for districts to try to prevent some of those unintended consequences. Moving on to MIPSers. The executive removed a one-time appropriation of 1 billion school aid and 140.4 million MIPSers retirement obligation reform reserve fund. It increased the state appropriation for K-12 MIPSers costs by $577.6 million gross for a total of 2.4 billion gross. And in the House, we concurred with the executive to remove that one-time appropriation and also increase the state support for K-12 MIPSers by $686.5 million gross for a total of 2.5 billion gross. In the House, we provided 23.9 million one-time school aid to expand the cost offset to include ISDs and district libraries for 2 years. We provided $202 million in MIPSers retirement obligation reserve fund for an accelerated reduction in the payroll growth assumption to 0.75%. And also provided $997 million one-time school aid to reimburse districts for an estimated 1% of their unfunded liability costs. This, again, meant to help address an equity issue. Districts are paying their MIPSers obligations out of their foundation allowance. By giving this reimbursement, it helps increase the foundation allowance for those districts who are paying that. And also concurred with the executive for adding $363.7 million for cost adjustments. For school safety, the executive provided one-time funding of $318 million for per-pupil payments over 2 years to districts and ISDs and non-public schools to improve student safety. And also provided a one-time appropriation of $168 million gross for districts for FY '22 and '23. The House, we concurred, but added school resource officers as an eligible and expense under school safety. For early literacy instruction, the executive provided one-time funding of $300 million over 2 years for grants to districts and ISDs for pre-K through 5 students to help improve literacy instruction practices, including an appropriation for the LETTERS program, and the House concurred with that. For the per-pupil mental health grant, the executive provided one-time funding of $300 million for 2 years to improve mental health. The House concurred with that. For at-risk, Section 31A, the executive increased at-risk funding by $64.7 million school aid for a total of $812.2 million to fully fund payments of 11.5% of the target foundation allowance, and that payments would be $1,105 per economically disadvantaged student. In the House, we added significantly to this pot. We increased it by $273.9 million for a total of $1 billion school aid fund. We also understand that this is another area where we're not only underfunding this category, but we're also have not set our goal to funding it at an adequate level, and we know 35% is the minimum adequate funding for this line item. So we increased the statutory weight to 35% of the target foundation allowance, and then provided funding to sufficient for prorated payments to 14.6% of that target. So raised the weight up to 35% and prorated it back down to 14.6% because, again, unfortunately, we don't have adequate funding to be able to fully fund that at this point. Next up, special education. The executive increased this by $248.7 million school aid, including $168.8 million for revised cost estimates and $79.9 million to reduce the amount of special education People's Foundation allowance that counts toward the special education costs from 25% to 12.5%. So into the foundation allowance. For the House, we increased funding by $271.3 million, including an increase of $168.8 million for revised cost estimates and an increase of $136.7 million to reduce the amount of special education People's Foundation allowance that count towards special education costs to 0%, meaning that their foundation will be fully funded for special education students before additional funding is applied. For the next one, service consolidation grants, the executive provides one-time funding of $245 million for School Consolidation Infrastructure Fund for grants to districts and ISDs for initial costs of consolidating services identified in an ISD feasibility study. In the House, we concurred, but also included back in the cost of physical consolidation as well. Next section, universal school breakfast and lunch. The executive provided 160 million school aid to provide free school lunch and breakfast for all pre-K-12 students. In the House, we concurred with that, but also revised it to require districts to offer meals that meet dietary restrictions, including gluten-free, vegetarian, vegan, and upon request, kosher, halal, and any allergy restrictions. Next, the My Clean School Bus grants. The executive provided one-time funding of 150 million school aid for matching grants to districts, ISDs, or district contracted school bus companies to purchase low or no greenhouse gas emission buses, and the House concurred with that. Transportation costs, this is a new section in this budget. House did not include this, or I'm sorry, the executive did not include this section. In the House, we provided $50 million for the school transportation fund to districts based on a formula that groups districts into quartiles based on riders per square mile and distributes funding equal to the median transportation cost per ride for that quartile in the district's actual transportation costs per general education student. So again, in this section, trying to address the fact that transportation costs are another issue of an equity that exists for a lot of our districts and trying to add some additional dollars there that we have not done before. For the Great Start Readiness Program, the executive increased funding by $90.8 million gross for a total of $543.2 million for school readiness programs for 4-year-old children in low-income families, increased the allocation per child in line with the Target Foundation increase, and then for full-day program and slightly less for a part-day program. Also increases the eligibility threshold from 250% of the federal poverty guidelines to 300% and increase the secondary threshold from 300% to 400% if all eligible children have been served. And increase the allocation for transportation by 18 million to 28 million total. In the House, we increased funding by $78 million overall, including 83 million federal SFRF and an increase of, including the elimination of 83 million federal SRF and an increase of 250,000 GF for a total of 530.4 million gross. Increase the allocation per child in line with the Target Foundation increase to 9,516 for full day and 4,758 for part day, and increase the eligibility threshold to 275% of the federal poverty guidelines and the secondary threshold to 400%. And concur with the executive to increase the transportation funding to 28 million. For before and after school programs, the executive provided one-time funding of 25 million for competitive grants for before and after school programs and summer programs. In the House, we concurred with the executive appropriation and boilerplate, but also added 25 million one-time school aid fund. And then finally, 16, debt forgiveness. This again is a new section included in the House recommendation. To provide one-time funding of $40 million school aid fund to forgive outstanding debt for distressed districts. There are several districts in our state that have some major legacy debt that is directly impacting the classroom and coming out of what is going into those classrooms. And so the idea behind this was to create a pot of money that some of those districts could access in order to offset some of those costs to try to benefit those students who are currently losing out because of that. So that's just a quick summary of the FY 24 budget, and we have a few changes as well to FY 23. So if we could fast forward to page 17 in that document, if you're following along. And I'm just going to go through a couple quick items on here as well. For the first one, My Healthy Schools Grant Program. This is a new section that the executive provided one-time funding of $300 million for competitive grants to schools to lower energy costs and improve health outcomes for facilities, and the House concurred with that. For My Kids Back on Track, the executive provided one-time funding of $300 million for per-pupil payments to districts to implement My Kids Back on Track, and required a 100% match House concurs, but revises it to a 50% match and expands it to include ISDs and expands allowable use, including adding summer school. For the Detroit literacy settlement, the executive provided one-time funding of $94.4 million to DPS-CD for literacy-related programs to fulfill the state's agreement in the Gary B. versus Whitmer settlement. The House concurred with that recommendation. For the GSRP classroom startup grants, executive provided one-time funding of $50 million for grants up to $25,000 for each new or expanded GSRP classroom. The House provided one-time funding of $63.5 million and concurred with the executive on the boilerplate for that. Additionally, for GSRP expansion grants, the executive provided one-time funding of $75 million for grants of $75,000 to GSRP programs that expand to 5 days a week and add additional weeks to the program year. And the House concurred with the executive, but revised the fund source to school aid and removed the allocation for administration. For the GSRP awareness campaign, the executive provided one-time funding of $10 million to federal SFRF for MDE to partner with a consortium of ISDs and community-based organizations to implement a statewide awareness campaign about GSRP and the availability of it. House concurred, but revises funding sources to school aid. And then for the universal school meals, this is also a new section. The House provided $25 million school aid fund to provide free school lunch and breakfast for pre-K-12 students when combined with other available federal state funding. And again, as the requirement to offer meals that meet dietary restrictions. This is to help for the remainder of the school year into the summer and also the beginning of next school year. For dietary restrictions, this is also new. The House provided a one-time funding source of $10 million over 2 fiscal years for districts and ISDs to offer meals that meet dietary restrictions, trying to give some funding to the additional requirement that was put in, including gluten-free, vegetarian, vegan, and upon request, kosher, halal, and any allergy restrictions. For the student debt meal forgiveness, again, this was not included in the executive. House provided one-time funding of $2.5 million for payments to reimburse districts that have forgiven all outstanding student meal debt. Recipients must adopt policies to prevent public identification or stigmatization of students who cannot pay for a school meal. And finally, from this section, School Consolidation and Infrastructure Fund, the executive deposited $500 million into the School Aid Consolidation and Infrastructure Fund, strikes requirement that no more than 50% of funds be appropriated for non-consolidation related infrastructure projects. And the House deposited $782.6 million into the fund and concurs with the executive on boilerplate. So that is a summary of both the I'm sorry, I know it was a lot. And there's a lot more in here, as you can see. But I'd be happy to answer any questions on this if anyone has them.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any questions? Representative Green?
Thank you, Chair Whitwer, and thank you, Chair, for the presentation. On in the actual budget, not the supplemental, number 2, the foundation cyber schools reduction. Can you talk to us about the equity metrics that you used that showed that the public charter cyber required cuts versus the traditional public cybers didn't?
Sure, but we didn't provide any cuts, first, to be clear. There was no funding cut for this line item. There was just not an increase. And again, looking at the overall operational budgets for the charter cybers that are completely and totally online, comparing that to some of the traditional brick and mortar schools and their operating budgets, we did see a lot of differences in terms of costs for facilities, for transportation, for other things that were not included on the cyber side.
So we're deviating from per pupil funding and now looking at how much we think a certain institution needs?
Again, these are equity issues, right? We're underfunding our schools overall, as I mentioned at the beginning, by about $4.5 billion. And so we have to make hard decisions in thinking about, you know, where do we want our priority? If we know we don't have the revenue right now to meet the needs of every school, where do we want to put our priorities? I would just suggest to everyone in this room and everyone listening, and I've repeated again and again, we are underfunding our schools. And is on us to come up with real solutions moving forward. We can't for this budget, it is what it is. But moving forward, we need to take that very seriously and look at additional revenue sources to make sure that we're properly funding all of our schools.
Thank you. Representative Fink?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question about what appears to me to be something of a collapsing of categories of funding that bothers me, if I have this correctly. Item 66, which says that the executive, and the House concurs with the executive, has eliminated 25 million school aid funds for school resource officers, and the funding has been moved to Section 31N6, which is at item 37 here in the House fiscal document. That would appear to be spending that is for things beyond school resource officers. And I recognize that there is a connection between the need for security in the schools and mental health. But in my opinion, and I wonder what your thoughts are here, in my opinion, there are reasons beyond the mental health connection to have school resource officers in the schools. These reasons include, building community relations between the police officers and the school children. But additionally, in an area like mine, assuming there's a police officer who's available and not already engaged, he's still going to be 15 or 20 minutes away from many of the schools. I mean, I think there are 8 public schools in Hillsdale County. Maybe it's 9. I always get this confused, but very few police officers. And so the security issues that go beyond mental health, I'm concerned that they're going unaddressed here.
Yeah, I completely understand that concern. So we concur with the executive of moving the funding for that line item. What we did different from the executive is on the second page there, item number 5, section 97 for school safety, we explicitly included in the boilerplate that school resource officers are an eligible use of those funds. I have districts that use school resource officers. I agree with the importance. Different districts have different needs in terms of number, in terms of if they need them at all, or if they need them for other things. So we were just trying to increase some flexibilities for districts in determining how they wanted to spend those school safety dollars. So it is an explicit allowable use under section 97.
Okay, all right, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Representative Beeson?
Thank you, Chair, for a quick question, and thanks for being here. Hey, the debt forgiveness that you put in at 16.
Yep.
And maybe you can, as we bail out or find these people with a monster debt that they maybe mismanaged or lost people or whatever the situation is, do we have anything in there that actually gives them a little bit of financial classes or something that says, hey, we don't want to continue to, and how does a school or somebody in maybe even my area or Saginaw, or how do they get these funds?
For sure. So I will start by saying we have around, I think, 11 or 12 districts that have some pretty substantial legacy debt. The total cost of all of the overall large legacy debt is actually around $400 million. So it's much greater than the pot we included here. Again, we didn't have the funding to be able to cover all of that. I would just start by saying that going back to what I said earlier, we're underfunding our schools. We're underfunding our schools this year by $4.5 billion, but historically, over decades, we have been underfunding our schools, particularly some of the schools with the highest needs. And quite honestly, a lot of the underfunding happened under state management. And a lot of those debts were accumulated and continued to rise under state management. So I don't know that the answer is to say, oh, you mismanaged your funds and that's why you are where you are. I think to be quite frank, the reason why a lot of those districts were in distress in the first place is because previous legislatures did not do their job in ensuring that those districts had the proper funding. So I do think, in cases of mismanagement, we always want to make sure that, and there is oversight to make sure that that's happening. But by and large, when we're looking at these debts that have grown over time, it's because of massive underfunding of a lot of these schools and a lot of the needs that they had.
So you feel that by doing this, we won't have to revisit these exact same schools 2 years from now?
I don't think so, no. A lot of this debt, it's not ongoing debt. Many of these schools have already consolidated. It's just outstanding debt that they're still paying down. And for 3 districts in particular, it's coming directly out of the classroom currently to pay down the debt.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, Representative Price moves. There's one more. Representative Steele?
Thank you. I think I get forgotten down here. So I just really had a question about number 9 and number 14. Number 9 is the student meal debt forgiveness. I have a school in my district that has absorbed that debt. So how are they able to get reimbursed for that? Just kind of the process for that. And then I have a question about 14.
We'll have to follow up with you about process with the department. I'm not prepared to answer that right now, but there should be a process in place to do that, yeah.
It was during COVID, they picked up some of the costs for the lunches. And number 14, the daycare, pre-K, there's two things that I just want to mention. One, if we expand that program, I don't necessarily have seen the facilities to be able to absorb the extra kids. We have a worker shortage, we have a facility shortage, we have prepared to be able to handle these kids' shortage. So I'm wondering, by adding more on that end, and on the other end, I had read recently that there was a delinquency in the payments to these facilities for students that were given aid for these care facilities for these kids. And if we increase it and we're not managing it appropriately right now, how are we able to manage it better with expanding it?
Sure. Well, first of all, I was in your seat last term, so I remember feeling all alone.
I'm making new friends.
You're making new friends. That's right. That's right. So agree that the facility issue is a huge problem. So on page 18 for the FY23 budget changes, we did exclude money for GSRP expansion grant. Oh, I'm sorry, actually. Number 4 on page 17, classroom startup grants. And we actually increased the funding for this and increased the timing of allowable usage over more time to be able to use this, understanding that districts at this point many districts will have missed construction window for the summer in accessing these funds. So wanting to make sure that districts are able to use them over the course of the year and increase some of the funding there so that districts who do want to expand have the opportunity to build out if they have time over the summer or over the course of the year to be able to expand on classrooms, because we know that that is an issue. And I'm sorry, what was your second question again?
It related to some of these payments were missed from the state, and people actually lost their seats in these schools. And expanding that would seem that there would be more of a problem of making sure that these payments were paid timely, and these parents, I mean, they were in dire need, losing their spots for their daycare, plus they were given bills of backlog, and I don't know if that has been rectified, so adding to that program seems preemptive.
Yeah, I understand that concern. We can continue to work with the department and see if there's any additional boilerplate language that we could provide that would help in that process, or see if there's just a simple department fix for that moving forward. Thanks.
All right, great. There's no further questions. Representative Price moves to adopt substitute H1 to House Bill 4286. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to adopt the H1 substitute, Chair Whitwer.
Yes.
Representatives O'Neill.
Yes.
Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morse. Fury. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney.
Yes.
Benser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Leitner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Borton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Shooty. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 27 yeas, 2 nays, no pass. The H1 is adopted.
Great, thank you. We do have quite a few amendments. The first amendment is from Representative Weiss. Would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment does a couple of things. First, it restores funding for Section 56, and also it's just basically some boilerplate changes, clean up language to make sure that we're accurately outlining the pupil membership blend.
Will the clerk please take the roll?
Did you offer the amendment?
I'm sorry, did you offer the amendment?
I do. Thank you.
Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
Yes.
Representatives O'Neill?
Yes.
Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
Yes.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Lightner? Bolin? Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Pass.
Kuhn?
No.
Shooty? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 17 yeas, 5 nays, 7 passes. The amendment is adopted.
Thank you. Representative Green, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment would include non-public schools in the proposed statewide program to provide free breakfast and lunch for all students, regardless of socioeconomic status. There are approximately 170 non-public schools in Michigan that currently participate in the federal National School Lunch Program, which provides free and reduced meals for students in low-income households. 55 of these same non-public schools participate in the federal school breakfast program. And included in these 170 schools, there are 7 in Detroit, 3 in Flint, 1 in Warren, 3 in Muskegon, 1 in Ann Arbor, 2 in Kalamazoo, 17 in Grand Rapids. So the School Aid Committee has heard extensive testimony on the merits of the proposal, and we understand that food insecurity is not based upon which school you go to. So I move my amendment that would allow non-publics to participate in this state program.
Please take the roll.
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Lightner? Bolin? Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shooty? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no pass. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative DeBoer, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since our overall goal is to attract and retain teachers, I would love to reinsert the non-public schools as eligible workplaces for the Michigan Future Education Fellowship Program. The non-public schools need teachers too. If a newly certified teacher wants to teach at a non-public school, we should allow them to pursue that opportunity without being required to pay back foundation funds. I move this amendment.
Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? No. Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Lightner? Bolin? Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shooty? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no pass. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative DeBoer, would you like to speak to your next amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Yes, because our goal is to help students learn and lead successful lives. Would love it if we could fund the growth and projection analytics, for measuring student performance and growth for $2.0 million. Having robust data on how our students are performing provides the data necessary to improve our education system. I move this amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? No. Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Lightner? Bolin? Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shooty? Steele? Yes. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no pass. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Bolin, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Over the last several years, we have done great work to reduce the overall MIPSER's liability. I appreciate the efforts, Rep. Weiss, but I would like to see that we add another $500 million, and this amendment would do that, to help us continue to make progress and work to reduce future debt obligations. And with that, I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? No. Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner?
Yes.
Bolin?
Yes.
Green?
Yes.
Slaw? Beeson? Horton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shudi? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 16 nays, 1 pass. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Green, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, please. Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would reinsert a section from the previous budget. As crazy as it sounds that we have to put this in writing, but it would make sure that parents would be notified about potentially sensitive material their children could be taught in the classroom. Not that we shouldn't teach it, but as the people who are responsible for their children, parents and responsible for their children, such as parents and guardians, they should be informed and up to date on what their child is being taught. I so move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner?
Yes.
Bolin?
Yes.
Green? Slaw? Beeson? Horton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shudi? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no pass. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Steele, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to strike Section 164J. And right now, charter schools are public schools, and charter schools go through the same rigorous reporting that the public schools do. And so this, I move my amendment, which would require the charter schools to go under more reporting than they already have to with the public schools. So my amendment would be to add, added by the subcommittee chair, forces public school, I'm just reiterating, so I move to strike 164J, so we don't have to do extra reporting than is already required for public schools. I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
Pass.
Representatives O'Neill? Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
Pass.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner?
Yes.
Bolin?
Yes.
Green? Slaw? Beeson? Horton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shudi? Steele?
Yes.
Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 2 nays, 15 passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Steele, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you. My amendment would be to reinstate Section 98B, which requires public reporting on state benchmark assessment results to receive state aid. So I would think that we would want information on how the students are performing on these state assessments. It's important to properly determine educational trends in the state. I would think that we would want to see how our schools are doing, especially when we give this kind of public funding for them. We should see what their benchmarks are and if they're passing. So I move to reinstate Section 98B.
Thank you, Representative. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Peary? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner? Bolin? Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shooty? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative DeBoer, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Because we care about each child, our present students and our future students, I would like to reinsert Section 166 that requires schools to have disciplinary policies in place for staff or officials that refer students to abortion resources. The school officials and staff should be discouraged from wading into the medical decisions of students. I move this amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Peary? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner? Bolin? Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shooty? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no pass. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Kuhn, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move my amendment, which is to reinsert Section 164G.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Peary? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner? Bolin? Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes?
Shooty? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no pass. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Shooty, would you like to speak to your amendment?
I would, and thank you, Madam Chair. So my amendment would reinstate requirements that the State Budget Director notify the House Appropriations Committee, the Senate Appropriations Committee, and the respective fiscal agencies about fund transfers between Section 22A, 22B, and 51C. So fund transfers between these sections are occasionally necessary, but a simple notification to the respective budget committees and fiscal agencies helps keep the executive and the legislature on the same sheet of music when it comes to school funding. I think that's something we can all get behind. I'd like to move my motion.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Peary? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney? Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner? Bolin? Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes?
Shooty? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Bolin, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would reinsert Section 152B, providing $1 million to non-public schools for the costs of complying with any state health, safety, and welfare requirements that are required of them. This funding was included in previous budgets, and hopefully we will follow the Senate Subcommittee's lead and put this back into the budget. With that, I move my amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Peary? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney? Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner? Bolin? Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes?
Shooty? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Cavett, would you like to speak to your amendment?
My amendment reinserts non-public schools as eligible recipients of FIRST Robotics grants. A school in my district just went to the FIRST Robotics World Championship and had an incredible experience. These programs foster a love of teamwork, engineering, science, mathematics, and technology, and often help to lead successful STEM careers. It is unfair that kids miss out on these opportunities just because they attend non-public schools, which have had their robotics teams funded previously. I move this amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitworth?
No.
Representatives O'Neill?
No.
Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Stickloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner? Bolin? Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shooty? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Leitner, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment just fully funds cyber charter schools, and I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitworth?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner? Bolin? Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shooty? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Shooty, would you like to speak to your amendment?
I would, and thank you, Madam Chair. So this would, my amendment would strike Section 67F, $15 million for the FAFSA Completion Challenge. So the FAFSA stands for Free Application for Federal Student Aid. This is already a free application. I don't think that we need to be then giving $15 million encouraging completion of a free application. I think instead we could take some of that money and go to making sure that every student in the state is funded equally, but instead we're paying for completion of a free application. I'd like to move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitworth?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner? Colin? Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shooty? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Great. Representative Slaw, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would reinsert the $2 million in funds for the School Safety and Mental Health Commission. In spite of the spate of school shootings around the country, it's hard to imagine that we aren't funding this commission that we previously funded in last year's budget. This commission is responsible for helping reduce youth suicides, improving school safety and security, and addressing the general physical and mental well-being of our students, and it seems to be a mistake to eliminate it. Madam Chair, I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitworth?
Pass.
Representatives O'Neill? Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney? Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner? Bolin? Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shooty? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 13 yeas, no nays, 16 passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Representative Fink, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move to amend by adding non-public schools to the list of eligible student-teacher destinations for the student-teacher stipend. Our obligation to the school children of this state is not only to those in traditional public schools, but to those in all forms of schooling, regardless of what choices their parents and families have made about where to school them. We should be providing every opportunity we can to both them and the future teachers who would like to participate in the program. So I move that amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer,
No.
Representatives O'Neill, Brixey, Hood, Braybeck, Morse, Fury, Steckloff, Weiss, Martis, McKinney, Menser, Morgan, Price, Skaggs, Snyder, Wilson, Leitner, Bolin, Green, Slaw, Beeson, Horton, Fink, Cavett, DeBoer,
Yes.
Kuhn,
Yes.
Shudi, Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Beeson, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and yes, I would. Mine actually is a great amendment that actually, for the first time, agrees with the executive, our governor, to make it so that my parental consent is required for courses that meet virtually during the school year. I have 3 kids in high school, and I had some down here this last week, and it's tough enough to keep track of what's going on, but I think it should be known when our kids meet for 15 days virtually, because it's a big difference, virtual school versus regular, and I move to pass my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer,
No.
Representatives O'Neill, Brixey, Hood, Braybeck, Morse, Fury, Steckloff, Weiss, Martis, McKinney, Menser, Morgan, Price, Skaggs, Snyder, Wilson, Leitner, Bolin, Green, Slaw, Beeson, Horton, Fink, Cavett, DeBoer,
Yes.
Kuhn,
Yes.
Shudi, Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Bolin, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment just states that state funding should not be used to interfere with access to community programs or prohibit the exercise of constitutional rights, and provided that none of those actions are in violation of law. With that, I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer,
No.
Representatives O'Neill, Brixey, Hood, Braybeck, Morse, Fury, Steckloff, Weiss, Martis, McKinney, Menser, Morgan, Price, Skaggs, Snyder, Wilson, Leitner, Bolin, Green, Slaw, Beeson, Horton, Fink, Cavett, DeBoer,
Yes.
Kuhn,
Yes.
Shudi, Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. We are now going to move on to Representative Weiss, as she will be, oh, I'm sorry, I apologize, wrong. So seeing no further amendments, Representative Morgan moves to report House Bill 4286 with recommendation as amended, a new substitute. Clerk, please call the roll.
On the motion to report, Chair Whitwer.
Yes.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morse. Fury. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney. Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Leitner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Horton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Pass.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Shudi. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 17 yeas, 5 nays, 7 passes. House Bill 4286 is reported with recommendation as amended as a new substitute.
Thank you. As soon as we're done with the next budget, we'll be taking a 10-minute break, just letting everyone know. I'll ask Representative Weiss to stay as we take up House Bill 4287 that appropriates to the Department of Education. This budget was also reported last week by her School Aid and Education Subcommittee. Representative Weiss, will you give us a summary of your budget?
Absolutely, and you read my mind, Madam Chair. sorry that last one was long, this one will be a lot quicker. First, one person, that I neglected to thank, thinking more about it, I wanted to also extend a thank you, not only for my budget, but for all these budgets, to the Legislative Service Bureau that's been working really hard to make sure that these budgets get done in a timely manner. So for MDE, again, referring to the summary document, we have in the executive recommendation, a gross appropriation of $506,608,000. And then for the House, the increase is slightly less, $504,308,100, for a total difference from last year of an increase of $83,727,000, or 19.9% increase. Moving through some of the major changes. First, the child and development care. The executive provided $73 million federal to maintain child care investments set to expire in 23-24, including maintaining eligibility at 200% of the federal poverty level, and making payments based on enrollment rather than attendance, and the House concurs with that. Next, the Child Development and Care Public Assistance, or TANF financing swap. The executive provides $12 million as a replacement for the corresponding amount of TANF funds for state match and MOE purposes, and the House concurs. One-time appropriations for family and community engagement. The executive provided $5.5 million and authorized 6 FTE positions to develop trainings, coaching, resources and development, translation services and related activities, and to hire a coordinator and coach at 10 literacy hubs across the state. The House provided $3 million general fund for one time and authorizes 6 FTE positions to develop trainings, coaching, and resource development and related activities for the My Family Engagement Centers.
Are there any questions? Seeing no further questions, Representative Steckloff moves to adopt substitute H1 to House Bill 4287. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to adopt the H1 substitute, Chair Whitwer.
Yes.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morris. Peary. Steckloff. Weiss.
Yes.
Martis. McKinney. Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Leitner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Horton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn. Sorry, Kuhn.
I'm sorry, yes.
Shooty. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 27 yeas, 2 nays, no passes. The H1 is adopted.
Thank you. We do have amendments. Representative Weiss, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. For this amendment, this is just a tweak for boilerplate language for prime, no additional dollars. And I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer.
Yes.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morse. Peary. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney. Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Leitner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Horton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Shooty. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 17 yeas, 2 nays, 10 passes. The amendment is adopted.
Thank you. Representative DeBoer, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to revert language in Section 216 that regards remote work reporting requirements to the pre-revision language, that if the department allows employees to work remotely, it seems reasonable that they should justify that decision by reporting on cost savings and reduced office usage due to work-from-home policies.
Thank you. Will the
I
clerk
move
please
my
take the
amendment.
roll? Sorry.
That's okay. My little line, thank you.
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer.
No.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morse. Fury. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney.
No.
Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Lightner.
Yes.
Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Horton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Shutey. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Bolin, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment just merely updates language that state funding cannot be used to interfere with access to community programs or prohibit the exercise of constitutional rights, provided that they do not violate any applicable laws. With that, I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer.
No.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morse. Fury. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney.
No.
Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Lightner.
Yes.
Bolin.
Yes.
Green. Slaw. Beeson. Horton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Shutey. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Steele, would you like to speak to your amendment?
In the sake of transparency and reporting for all of our residents that pay the tax bills and fund our public schools, I do believe that we should have more transparency in our reporting and our funding. And there were 7 reporting that have been removed in the boilerplate language. And I would move to reinstate Section 215, which includes reporting legacy costs. I think that we need to know how much we are in debt with our pension-related costs and the estimates of those. I believe that we should reinstate state administrative board transfers, so then when we do inter-fund transfers, that this is also reported. That would be great transparency about the funding. I believe that we should reinstate the vaccine requirement, which is Section 227, and as the condition for assessing state services, facilities, passports, and development. I think that we need to reinstate that. I think that we should reinstate Section 229, which is federal accountability plans, and that is about removing waivers for amending federal forms. Section 230, which is non-public school mandates. It's to compile a report that identifies any new or lack therefore of mandates required for non-public schools. Section 231, the in-person work, and it requires that each department and agency post its person's remote hybrid policy on their website. I think people ought to know that. And Section 235, reinstate that, which is to administer a report, the surveys that allows teachers and administrators to provide feedback on their interactions within their departments. So I move to reinstate Section 215, 219, 227, 229, 230, 231, 235 for transparency's sakes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer.
No.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morse. Fury. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney.
No.
Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Lightner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Horton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Shutey. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Green, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, please. We have an obligation and moral responsibility to keep our promises to our pensioners. It's also just plain common sense that those on this committee would like to know what our obligations are. While it's a bit embarrassing seeing these numbers, I believe it to be prudent to continue this report on our legacy costs. I move this amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer,
No.
Representatives O'Neill, Brixey, Hood, Braybeck, Morse, Fury, Steckloff, Weiss, Martis, McKinney, Menser, Morgan, Price, Skaggs, Snyder, Wilson, Leitner, Bolin, Green, Slaw, Beeson, Horton, Fink, Cavett, DeBoer,
Yes.
Kuhn,
Yes.
Trudy, Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Seeing no further amendments, Representative Skaggs moves to report House Bill 4287 with recommendation as amended as a new substitute. Clerk, please call the roll.
On the motion to report, Chair Whitwer.
Yes.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morse. Fury. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney.
Yes.
Menser. Morgan. Price.
Yes.
Skaggs.
Yes.
Snyder. Wilson. Leitner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Horton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Pass.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Trudy. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 17 yeas, 4 nays, 8 passes. House Bill 4287 is reported with recommendation as amended as a new substitute.
Thank you. The Committee on Appropriations will go at ease for 10 minutes. Please be back here by 11. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for being back on time. Next, we have House Bill 4292 that appropriates to the Department of Technology, Management and Budget, Department of Attorney General, Department of Civil Rights, Department of State, the Legislature, Office of the Auditor General, and the Executive Office for the 2024 fiscal year. These budgets were reported last week by the General Government Subcommittee chaired by Representative Braybeck. Rep. Braybeck will now give us key highlights of this budget.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. I'm excited to present the general government budget for fiscal year 24 for your consideration. First, I'd like to thank a couple folks, our House fiscal team, Viola Wild and Michael Knosson. I'd also like to thank Coffee Ann Hawthorne, our amazing policy director, and Representative O'Neill stated this before. The historical knowledge that our policy team has is just remarkable and really helps us do a better job as well. I also want to thank my team, Claudia and Morgan, for all their work on this. And I also want to thank the MVCs, Rep. Hood, Rep. Bolin, and all the committee members. Thank you for all of your work on this budget. Literally, as with all of the budgets, countless hours spent working on these, and I'm just grateful for the partnership. So I'm going to be looking at, or we're going to be going through the summaries, and I know that that's at your desk. The general gov budget totals a bit over $5 billion. It's about $700,000 less than the last fiscal year. And as the chair stated, we have several governmental departments under this, 8 of them to be specific. So we'll be briefly highlighting some of those and going through them. Not the entire documents because you have them for your perusal. So let's begin with the Attorney General. Our Attorney General has been expanding her programs and services, and her team has been working on that with her. Last year was the first year that the AG's budget was broken out into 3 different categories, and this year we rolled that all back into one so that there's some latitude for our AG to be able to do the work that she does. The next item that I want to highlight is we're building on an appropriation from last year to have staff, specifically 2 FTEs, to address the confidentiality program to conceal the addresses of survivors of stalking, domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking. We're also continuing to build upon an appropriation from last year of a job diversion program for folks who have committed low-level nonviolent offenses. This program focuses in 3 counties, Genesee, Wayne, and Marquette, and it pairs individuals with jobs and wraparound services. Finally, we're supporting the AG's work around sexual assault cases with support for attorneys, investigators, and survivor advocates to help address the high caseload. In Section 322 of Boilerplate, I just wanted to note that right now we require the AG to report on her focused initiatives, and there are several, including the Elder Abuse Task Force, the Conviction Integrity Unit, the opioid litigation, and several others. And this year, the AG has expanded those initiatives, and we're requesting that those new initiatives be added to this report. So some of those issues, or some of those initiatives include the Organized Retail Crime Unit, reducing utility rate increases, or reducing utility rate increases, and the Boy Scouts of America investigation. So those are some of the highlights for the AG's office. Next, let's move to the Civil Rights Department. We have an increased appropriation for MDCR this year. During committee, we got to hear about the backlog of cases from Director Johnson. And to begin to address that, we have increased MDCR's allocation and authorized 34 FTE positions to establish 3 additional teams to focus on that backlog of discrimination complaint cases. Additionally, we provide an allocation for 2 FTEs to support efforts around the transition plan for the Disabled Digital Access Rights Initiative. This helps train employees so that Michigan is compliant with both federal and state disability laws regarding digital access. Finally, we added an appropriation to address the potential increase in cases due to the fantastic expansion of the Elliott Larson Civil Rights Act. Next, let's turn to the executive budget. This budget's really straightforward. There are just increases for employee salaries. So very straightforward, that one is. That and the Auditor General are pretty straightforward. Next is the legislature. We removed the expenditure for the Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission. They've completed their work, and so the allocation is no longer needed. We did include an appropriation, and Representative O'Neill touched on this. We did include an appropriation for the Legislative Corrections Ombudsman. It sits within the Legislative Council of the legislature budget. And what the Ombudsman does, they address and resolve issues within the Department of Corrections. More specifically, this is the office that we as legislators call to assist us with residents and families of residents who are incarcerated when there's a need. We also include a $100 placeholder for the Sentencing Guidelines Commission, and this commission would take a look at our state sentencing guidelines and make recommendations. Finally, there's an allocation for a legislative staffing study to look at both the breadth and depth of our staffing, inclusive of recruitment and retention, salaries, benefits, and other training opportunities. Like I said before, the Auditor General is a really straightforward budget. Again, just the increases for staff and operations. And we're going to get to the three budgets that are have a lot more heft to them. So the State Department is next. There are a couple of items that address the increased security that's needed at our branch locations. There's a particular focus on Grand Rapids and Flint and Saginaw. We're also concurring with the executive to utilize restricted funds for additional staffing for mobile Secretary of State office vans. And these vans will be deployed in rural areas and locations that are more densely populated for customers that experience barriers to getting to the Secretary of State's office. We're also increasing the record lookup fee from $11 to $15. That fee hasn't been increased for several years, and so that is to be able to address and backfill a hole that we will have coming up. Voters overwhelmingly supported Proposition 2, which focuses on voting access and early voting access. The budget that you have in front of you allocates $5 million. But what I want to note for everyone is that we are continuing conversations with the State Department and clerks around the appropriate and necessary funding needed. And I can't stress that enough, that this is an ongoing conversation because we want to be able to support what our residents overwhelmingly said to us. We just need to do continued work on that. Finally, there's a $50,000 allocation to support the expansion of the Organ Donor Registry. The Organ Donor Registry has decreased in recent years for a variety of reasons, but because of that, we need to ask the Organ Donor Registry question in new ways. And in conjunction with the Department of Treasury, it is hoped that the Organ Donor Registry question will soon be asked on our state income tax form. This allocation helps set up the coordination of that new system. Next, we'll move to DTMB. First, there is an interdepartmental transfer for 9 FTEs for ongoing building management and operational support of Cairo State Psychiatric Hospital, and that's anticipated to be completed this spring. Next, we have an allocation that provides state restricted funds to support procurement staffing for FTEs there, with a focus on supporting the procurement database. The House is concurring with the executive to provide $1.6 million in 8 FTEs in support of the expansion of the Office of the Child Advocate. So this is an autonomous state agency that investigates policies of DHHS and child placement agencies related to child protective services. This particular allocation would allow for the agency to investigate facility complaints on behalf of children and adolescents within the juvenile justice system. This allocation is based on work of the Task Force of Juvenile Justice Reform. Next, we have an allocation that supports the modernization of the database used by our ORS, our Office of Retirement Services, and that will serve, obviously, all members of our state's retirement system. Finally, we have an allocation that allows for the state to begin the transition to a state fleet, of our state fleet to electric vehicles, and that's about $10 million. Right now, we have 2 electric vehicles, and so this would help us make that transition. Finally, let's go over to Treasury. One of the main things that I think we all await, especially those of us from local government, is what's revenue sharing look like. So first, we have our constitutional revenue sharing, and the appropriation includes a decrease from, due to the January CREC, that will impact the 22-23 payments. And next, we have the cities, villages, and townships revenue sharing. And in this budget, what we see is 5% ongoing and 5% one-time for a yearly increase of 10%. There's also funding for public safety initiatives, and this amount would be about 7%, 2% ongoing, 5% one-time, and that's an increase in new funding for municipalities. Those public safety initiatives can include employee recruitment and retention, infrastructure, and equipment. Now the county revenue sharing. Again, a 10% increase, about 5% ongoing, 5% one-time for our counties, and similar to our cities, villages, and townships, there will be funding for the public safety initiatives. Funding is being made available for the creation of a new Office of Security and Data Risk Management. In committee, one of the things that we heard was about the security needs of this department. They reported that there are about 90 million attempts on our firewall daily. And so that, being able to, bless you, being able to work on that is something that we wanted to do. So this office would really focus on keeping our confidential taxpayer information protected. There's also an allocation for $20 million related to the implementation of the presidential primary and other related election costs. Again, trying to support our local clerks in being able to have well-run elections. Item 18 on that list, this allocation works in tandem, as I spoke about before, with the State Department to grow our organ donor registry. This funding would be necessary, would be used for the necessary funding in Treasury to, again, just do that setup and coordination. And it's a small amount, $15,000. Finally, we have a $100 placeholder to continue the conversation for the Raise Up Local State Matching Grant Program. This would allow local municipalities to receive support for special assessments due to certain property tax distinctions. In other words, this grant would allow communities, counties, and schools that are struggling to fund essential services. So think roads and bridges, water, sewer, stormwater, police, fire, EMS, pension and unfunded liabilities, parks and rec, school bonds, sinking funds, due to depressed property values, and to receive some additional support around that. These are some of the highlights for the general government budget. I know that there's, as you can see at your desks, again, there's a lot in these budgets, but I just wanted to hit some of the highlights of this for you all. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you all considering this, and I'm open for any questions.
Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Steele?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quick,
Sure.
you had talked about the juvenile justice full-time employee. I'm sorry, I'm not.
The Office of the Child Advocate?
Yes, would that normally go under Health and Human Services? Just, sometimes I see that there might be some redundancies between these budgets.
There is overlap with general government with a lot of different budgets. As we said, with corrections, at least this year, it is in this budget, not Health and Human Services.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Seeing no further questions, Representative Menser moves to adopt substitute H1 to House Bill 4292. Will the clerk please call the roll?
On the motion to adopt the H1 substitute, Chair Whitwer.
Yes.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morse. Peary. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney.
Yes.
Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Lightner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Borton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Shudi. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 27 yeas, 1 nay, 1 pass. The H1 is adopted.
Thank you. We do have amendments. Representative Steckloff, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Chair Whitwer. Thank you, Chair Braybeck, for all of your hard work on this budget. It's completely massive, and it's incredible how you were able to really get so much into it. This is for a $100 placeholder to continue the conversations about funding for communities who are overfunded by at least the 60% threshold. There was originally some funding in there for those communities, so this is to put the placeholder in to continue those conversations about the communities who were able to maintain at least 60% funding of their pensions. And I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer.
Yes.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morris. Fury. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney.
Yes.
Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Lightner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Borton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer. Kuhn. Shudi. Steele. Did you say pass? I said yes. Yes? And Bolin, you said yes also, right? Yes. Okay. Madam Chair, you have 19 yeas, no nays, 11 passes. The amendment is adopted.
Thank you. Representative Braybeck, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would. There are different parts to this amendment, but I want to just elucidate on them a little bit. The first part is we have $1 million allocation for the Sentencing Guidelines Commission. As you'll recall, I said there was a placeholder in the budget that I got to present to you. So this would be $1 million allocation to that. The next part is, we talked about the Prop 2 implementation. Right now in the budget, there's a $5 million allocation. This would add an additional 10 for a total of $15 million. Again, those conversations are continuing. We have a placeholder for $100 for a program called Security Scorecard. Again, you heard me talk about the 90 million times that our firewall is breached, or not, it's not breached, I'm sorry. It's attempted to breach. And so again, we're trying to figure out all the tools that we can to be able to help our departments who are doing such a great job with that. And then there are some technical fixes. And I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer.
Yes.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morris. Fury. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney. Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Lightner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Borton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes. I mean, pass. Sorry.
Kuhn.
My mistake.
Pass.
Shudi. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 17 yeas, 1 nay, 11 passes. The amendment is adopted.
Thank you. Representative Slaw, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment reinstates a number of standard boilerplate sections from the current year budget, and with that, I'd move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer.
No.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morris. Fury. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney. Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Lightner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Borton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Shudi. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Lightner, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment just restores contingency levels at the existing level that they are right now. It doesn't add to them. I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner?
Yes.
Bolin?
Yes.
Green? Slaw? Beeson? Horton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shudi? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Green, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, please. Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment restores language from the previous budget that prevents the government from discriminating based on an individual's specific health choices. I so move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? No. Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner?
Yes.
Bolin?
Yes.
Green? Slaw? Beeson? Horton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shudi? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Green, would you like to speak to your next amendment?
Yes, please. Thank you. My amendment, as in the previous budget, reinstates a report telling us about the legacy costs that we have and where we need to move on from there. So I so move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? No. Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner?
Yes.
Bolin?
Yes.
Green?
Yes.
Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shudi? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Bolin, would you like to speak to your next amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Again, this just updates language stating that state funding should not be used to interfere with access to any community programs, provided they are in accordance with all laws and statutes, nor can it prohibit the exercise of constitutional rights. And with that, I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? No. Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner?
Yes.
Bolin?
Yes.
Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shudi? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Beeson, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would deposit $300 million into the Budget Stabilization Fund. I'd like to move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? No. Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner?
Yes.
Bolin?
Yes.
Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shudi? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Leitner, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is in regards to the job court under the Attorney General's budget. This just adds in some reporting. That's a relatively new initiative, and I just want to make sure we have the information we need to make sure our tax dollars are being spent wisely. So I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? No. Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney. Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Lightner.
Yes.
Bolin.
Yes.
Green. Slaw. Beeson. Borton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Shudi. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Fink, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Our body is tasked by our Constitution with appropriating funding for the state government, and among our responsibilities that naturally attach is the obligation to know what's happening with the money that we spend, and so the reports that we ask for from the departments are a critical part of how we should view our appropriations in a current year and in future years. This amendment would add boilerplate to create a report to be provided to both the Senate and House Appropriations Committees and the SBO on the number of election-related complaints received by the AG and the number of substantiated complaints addressed. That report will be due on April 1st of each year, and I move this amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer.
No.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morse. Fury. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney. Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Lightner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Borton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Shudi. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Bolin, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would add boilerplate language regarding the mobile units, requiring a report containing certain information that would allow the legislature to have a summary of exactly what transactions are taking place, where and when, and with that, I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer.
No.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morse. Fury. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney. Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Lightner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Borton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Shudi. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Cavett, would you like to speak to your amendment?
This amendment removes the lookup fees. Excuse me. This amendment removes the lookup fee increase and adjusts the number in Part 1 accordingly. Madam Chair, I move this amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer.
No.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morse. Fury. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney. Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Lightner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Borton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Shudi. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Steele, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. This is amendment regarding the Secretary of State's office. It's Section 714. I'm glad that it was reinstated by the House. However, I move that Section 714 to include that the notification on the office closure shall also be provided to the local unit of government in which the Secretary of State office resides, where that branch is located. I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer.
No.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morse. Fury. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney. Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Lightner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Borton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Shudi. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 16 nays, 1 pass. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Lightner, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment right here is in regards to non-monetary gifts, donations, and contributions to the Secretary of State. And my amendment basically strikes the current H1 language and inserts the 22-23 language and includes a reporting requirement in regards to the source of the donation. With that, I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner?
Yes.
Bolin?
Yes.
Green? Slaw? Beeson? Horton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shooty? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Leitner, would you like to speak to your next amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next amendment just simply removes some language and adds in a word to make sure that the spending, or to maintain spending under the Department of State is in accordance with the law.
Would you like to?
I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner?
Yes.
Bolin? Green? Slaw? Beeson? Horton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shooty? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Bolin, would you like to speak on your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Current statute requires the Secretary of State to participate in a multi-state cross-check on our voter rolls. We need to ensure that it is adequate to meeting the intents of the law and appropriate. And so this adds a new boilerplate section that would require the Secretary of State to issue a report on ERIC and all requirements that the SOS had to meet, including the date, data, description of requests, copies of agreements, and any and all actions taken by the Secretary of State or Bureau of Elections to meet these requirements. The report would be issued to the House and Senate Appropriations Committee and Elections Committee. And with that, I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please call the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner?
Yes.
Bolin?
Yes.
Green? Slaw? Beeson? Horton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shooty? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Bolin, would you like to speak to your next amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would establish a new boilerplate section that would require the Secretary of State, Bureau of Elections to explore options available to meet the requirements of MCL 168.5090 as an alternative to ERIC, including ERIC itself. And with that, I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner?
Yes.
Bolin?
Yes.
Green? Slaw? Beeson? Horton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shooty? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Bolin, would you like to speak to your next amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This is a $100 placeholder in Part 1 to add this and to add associated boilerplate for the hiring and implementation of an election challenger training program. This is something we had quite a bit of discussions about and broad bipartisan support last term, and this way, these challengers play a very important role in our election process, and we ensure that everybody has to follow an implemented training program. And with that, I would move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner?
Yes.
Bolin?
Yes.
Green? Slaw? Beeson? Horton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shooty? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Bolin, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. This would include boilerplate language that would require that a delineated list of authorized expenses as listed under Proposal 2, specifically military postmark dates, qualified voter file early voting, permanent AV voter list, and ballot tracking. And with that, I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner?
Yes.
Bolin?
Yes.
Green?
Yes.
Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shooty? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Green, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Again, this amendment would insert language that would help keep this body educated as to what our legacy costs are. With that, I so move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner? Bolin? Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shooty? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Bolin, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you very much. And special shout out and thank you to the chair and the conversations on the funding for our local clerks. Appreciate that. But this would follow the amendment that I did present in the subcommittee, including $50 million that would be in the Department of Treasury. This fund would be used for the implementation of the specific early voting provisions and requirements contained in Proposal 22-2 with, potential formula based on, for the early voting centers. And also, the reason for putting it in the Department of Treasury is that the money would go out in an advance form to the local municipalities. We know they're going to incur this cost, and many of them are short on dollars to implement that. And so with that, I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner? Bolin?
Yes.
Green?
Yes.
Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shooty? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Bolin, would you like to speak to your next amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This would require the Department of State through the Bureau of Elections to submit a report 90 days after every election on the number of individuals who both registered to vote within 60 days of an election and who canceled that registration or moved that registration to another location within 60 days after the same election. With that, I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill?
No.
Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner? Bolin?
Yes.
Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Shudi. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Bolin, would you like to speak to your last amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And this amendment would include a dollar amount for those pensions that, programs that are funded above 60%. It includes some parameters. But given the ongoing conversations and the partnership with Representative Steckloff, I would withdraw my motion and look forward to the continuing discussions.
Thank you, Representative. All right. So, seeing no further amendments, Representative Hood moves to report House Bill 4292 with recommendation as amended as a new substitute. Will the clerk please call the roll?
On the motion to report, Chair Whitwer.
Yes.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morse. Fury. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney.
Yes.
Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Leitner. Bolin. Green. Sloth. Beeson. Horton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Pass.
Kuhn.
Pass.
Shudi. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 17 yeas, 3 nays, 9 passes. House Bill 4292 is reported with recommendation as amended as a new substitute.
Thank you. So next, we have House Bill 4309 that appropriates to the Department of Transportation for the 2024 fiscal year. This budget was reported last week by the MDOT Subcommittee, which is chaired by Representative Puri. Representative Puri will now give us the key highlights of his budget.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present the House Transportation proposed budget for you today. We go through a lot of budgets in this committee, but I'm honored to be part of arguably the best budget, and that is because the role of transportation is so vital to Michiganders all over the state. The even better news for all of you today is even though this budget allocates nearly $7 billion of spending, a majority of these funds are heavily restricted, leaving little room for discretionary spending, which should make this presentation a little easier for everyone here today. Before we dig in, I want to acknowledge the hard work of all of those involved in helping put this massive budget together. Clerk Hamilton, members of the committee, House staff, HFA, LSB, Hannah Chapman, my legislative director, and Bailey from my office, thank you all for your sacrifice the last few weeks. I'm proud to announce that this budget is innovative and shows what we can do as a state to help prepare for the new transportation future. This budget is the most mobility-rich proposed budget in the history of the legislature and our state. This was all done while also highlighting the dire need for additional local road funding and infrastructure spending. Strong infrastructure is important to the future economy in Michigan, and I also believe that to ensure our state is a place where people and families choose to live and work, we need to make investments in new technology and mobility to prepare Michigan for the economy of tomorrow. This budget starts that conversation. It signals both the need for road funding and Michigan's commitment to remaining competitive and attracting and retaining jobs and talent. With that said, I'll now go over a few of the top-level items, including things that I'm most excited about. The House Transportation budget has concurred with the executive for much of the restricted funding section, including things like baseline staffing and state trunk line funding increases, state trunk line maintenance, Michigan Transportation Fund to local road agencies, Transportation Economic Development Fund. I'm very excited that our budget makes large investment into local bus operating. The governor's recommendation included an increase of 15 million CTF, or Comprehensive Transportation Fund dollars. We have included a 75 million CTF increase as compared to current year. The increase is possible as a result of an increase in available CTF revenue available, as well as an appropriation of the available CTF balance. Most notably, this budget appropriates $400 million to local roads. This funding would be on top of the money our counties are already receiving. A few other key one-time appropriations include $33 million for rail grade separation, $7 million in one-time GF for air service and airport revitalization grant programs. This will go to regional airports across the state and is not earmarked for any one specific project. $1 million for Miss Dig to be used for utility mapping and education outreach, another $1 million for a vehicle miles traveled or VMT pilot study, $5 million to support the conversion of the SS Badger away from coal, $15 million for the St. Mary's River passenger ferry. And now what I'm most excited for in this budget are the investments we are making in new technology and mobility. The Michigan Mobility Challenge will now include a House recommendation of $10 million of one-time funds for grants and projects in support of enhanced mobility. This was a program that was originally created in 2018 to address core mobility gaps for seniors, persons with disabilities, and veterans across the state. The Shared Streets and Spaces Grant Program for $5 million. This will be appropriated for grants to municipalities or public transit agencies for new and improved bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure intended to increase safety and the convenience of biking and walking. New technology and mobility. The House includes a total of $42.5 million one-time general fund dollars for a number of various projects in support of new transportation technology. $20 million for the implementation of aerial mobility and drone infrastructure projects, including drone hubs, drone ports, and last-mile delivery. $5 million for the Michigan Mobility Fund Platform and the Mobility Public-Private Partnership, or the MP3 program. $5 million for an inductive charging interoperability pilot project, $7.5 million for a Lake Michigan electric vehicle circuit tour completion, $5 million for a Michigan e-bike purchase incentive program. And when it comes to other one-time appropriations, Governor Whitmer recommended funding for 3 large items in her budget. We agree that all 3 of these items are important and will continue to advance our conversation on the state transportation budget. We have provided placeholders for both the bridge bundling and the intermodal capital investment grants. We support both of these and look forward to continued discussion. The executive recommendation for $3 million for the MI contracting opportunity was increased to $5 million, which will diversify our supplier base here in Michigan. A special thank you to our chair for her flexibility and support as we had these conversations, many for the first time. It's important to note that this budget is a first and early step in the ongoing negotiation process. Some are seeing this budget move into new areas, but the role of transportation is changing. It is vital that we adjust and we evolve alongside our industry and societal norms. This budget will advance Michigan into a national leader, prepare us to reach the potential of tomorrow while dealing with the challenges of today. Thank you all for the opportunity.
Thank you, Representative Puri. Are there any questions? Representative Green?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Representative. Is Wisconsin helping us with the conversion of the SS Badger?
This is only partial funding, so there's still a negotiation as to where all the funds will come in aggregate.
Are there any other questions? All right, seeing no further questions, Representative Steckloff moves to adopt substitute H2 to House Bill 4309. Will the clerk please call the roll?
On the motion to adopt the H2 substitute, Chair Whitwer,
Yes.
Representatives O'Neill, Brixey, Hood, Braybeck, Morse, Fury, Steckloff, Weiss, Martis, McKinney, Menser, Morgan, Price, Skaggs, Snyder, Wilson, Leitner, Bolin, Green, Slaw. Did you say pass? Beeson, Horton, Fink, Cavett, DeBoer,
Yes.
Kuhn,
No.
Shooty, Steele. Madam Chair, you have 24 yeas, 2 nays, 3 passes. The H2 is adopted.
Thank you. So we'll move on to amendments, and there are several, and we'll start with Representative Bolin. Would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Again, this would insert language that no state funding should be used to interfere with the access to community programs or prohibit the exercise of constitutional rights, provided they are all in accordance with applicable laws. And with that, I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please call the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer.
No.
Representatives O'Neill.
No.
Brixey. Hood.
I gave the wrong explanation.
Do you want to withdraw your motion?
Yeah. I move to clear the vote and withdraw my motion.
Representative Bolin, would you like to start over?
Yes, thank you,
All
Madam
right.
Chair.
Thank you.
I feel like I'm repeating myself. Anyways, this would merely restore the legacy reporting requirements, and with that, I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please call the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill?
No.
Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Lightner?
Yes.
Bolin?
Yes.
Green?
Yes.
Slaw? Beeson? Borton?
Yes.
Fink? Cavett?
Yes.
DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shudi? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Bolin, would you like to speak about your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And this amendment would include language that state funding should not be used to interfere with access to community programs or prohibit the exercise of constitutional rights, provided that they are all in accordance with law. With that, I will move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill?
No.
Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Lightner?
Yes.
Bolin? Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton?
Yes.
Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shudi?
Yes.
Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Borton, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I would. This amendment would reinsert language currently found in Section 218, allowing the legislature to transfer funds by concurrent resolution if the governor utilizes the state administrative board process. I move this amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please call the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill?
No.
Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Fury? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Lightner?
Yes.
Bolin? Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shudi? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no pass. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Steele, would you like to speak on your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would reinstate language for transparency found in Section 302. It requires the department to report to the legislator on the debt from the Transportation Fund, including all the calculations of the payments and the projection of the debt service and the obligation. With the interest rates increasing, this debt utilizes funds that could be put into our roads, and I think that it should be reported accordingly for transparency's sake. So I move to reinstate Section 302.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill?
No.
Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Furry? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Lightner?
Yes.
Bolin? Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shudi? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Lightner, would you like to speak on your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment simply says that when doing contracts and cost sharing with counties, that the final bill for the cost sharing is sent to the County Road Commission, city, village, municipality, not later than 2 years after the final date of the contract payment. I move my amendment.
Thank you, Representative. Will the clerk please call the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill?
No.
Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morris? Hurry? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner?
Yes.
Bolin? Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shudi? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Borton, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would reinsert language currently in Section 386 to require that by May 1st of each year, the department shall submit a report to the legislature on its toll credit program showing the amount of credits earned, the value of the credits, the balance available, and the department's strategy for using toll credits. I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill?
No.
Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Perry? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner?
Yes.
Bolin? Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shudi? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Borton, would you like to speak to your next amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would reinsert language currently in Section 389 requiring the department to notify the legislature within 30 days of entering into a long-term private-public partnership agreement. I move this amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Purry? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner?
Yes.
Bolin? Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett?
Yes.
DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shudi? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Cavett, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, Madam Chair. My wife is a cardiac nurse at Mackinac Straits Hospital in St. Ignace and crosses the Mackinac Bridge daily. This amendment would reinsert the language that has been removed from the Section 603 requiring that MDOT issue a report to the legislature by December 31st, 2023 on the condition of the Mackinac Bridge and its long-term viability. Until this report is completed and sent out, this language should remain. I move this amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
Pass.
Representatives O'Neill?
Pass.
Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morris? Hurry? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? Weiss, you said no. Martis? McKinney?
Pass.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner?
Yes.
Bolin? Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shudi? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 2 nays, 15 passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Steele, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is reinstating Section 612. Currently, this section basically discloses the incentives and the disincentives that are offered by the department for the contracts that are encouraging job completion. This report would include the type of program that they operate, so the legislature understands how the department uses these incentives and disincentives for the construction contracts for the state trunk line projects. So therefore, I move my amendment to reinstate Section 612.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Purry? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner? Bolin? Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton?
Yes.
Fink? Cavett? DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Shudi.
Yes.
Steele. Yes. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Leitner, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment simply inserts language that the department notify legislators when a railroad is set to be abandoned in their district. I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer.
Pass.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morse. Purry. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney.
Pass.
Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Leitner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Borton.
Yes.
Fink. Cavett.
Yes.
DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Shudi.
Yes.
Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 0 nays, 17 passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Cavett, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. This amendment would reinsert language currently found in 736, which prohibits the department from funding rail projects that are intended to help the cessation of Line 5 operations. I move this amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer.
Pass.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morse. Purry. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney.
No.
Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Leitner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Borton.
Yes.
Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Shudi. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 7 nays, 10 passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Borton, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would move all of the one-time funding except for the funding for local roads, the bridge bundling placeholder, the St. Mary's River Ferry, and rail grade separation, and would put it into the bridge bundling program. It is imperative that we take care of our crumbling bridges instead of spending money on one-time projects. I move this amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer.
No.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morse. Purry. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney.
No.
Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Leitner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Borton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Shudi. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no pass. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Steele, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you. It was a pleasure to be on this committee, and I really appreciate the one-time funding of $400 million for our local road system that are in dire straits. I've noticed throughout this whole budget process with the transportation budget, our budget is relatively flat. That's going into our roads, especially with the full-time employees and the one-time fundings and the debt service that we have incurred. Our future roads are, I think, dismal. I think Oakland County in itself, Road Commission said they needed $110 million to get their roads up to par. And so this amendment would shift all the one-time funding except for the local roads of $400 million, the bridge bundling placeholder, the St. Mary's River Ferry, and the rail grade separation, and to be added to our local roads. And it would do, it would bump up the $400 million to $510.5 million. And just on a side note too, I noticed that with the Leo budget, there was electric vehicle charging infrastructure that was inserted, and so there might be some redundancy that we could actually put into our roads. And I also think that the e-bikes might be something that Treasury could absorb, and also the pilot program for the the enforcement, the automated speed enforcement pilots could be diverted to the police, the state of police, instead of in the transportation budget, and put this money into the actual roads. So I move my amendment to increase the local road funding to $510.5 million. I move that amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Purry? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner?
Yes.
Bolin? Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shooty? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 13 yeas, 15 nays, 1 pass. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Seeing no further amendments, Representative Steckloff moves to report House Bill 4309 with recommendation as substitute H2. Will the clerk please call the roll?
On the motion to report, Chair Whitwer?
Yes.
Representatives O'Neill? Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Purry? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
Yes.
Menser? Morgan? Price?
Yes.
Skaggs?
Yes.
Snyder? Wilson? Leitner?
Pass.
Bolin? Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Pass.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shooty? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 17 yeas, 2 nays, 10 passes. House Bill 4309 is reported with recommendation as substitute H2.
Thank you very much. Next, we have House Bill 4310 that appropriates to the Department of Health and Human Services for the 2024 fiscal year. This budget was reported last week by the DHHS subcommittee chaired by Representative Morse. Rep. Morse will now give us the key highlights of her budget.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As Chair of the Department of Health and Human Services Subcommittee, it was indeed an honor to lead that very important committee that provides health care and community and public services across the state. It is a critical budget if we are really interested in ensuring that our children grow up healthy and that our workforce is ready to go and that we're taking care of our seniors who are aging. It's been a true honor to direct it. We also extend our gratitude to our House fiscal team. I don't think we can, say enough how much value they bring to this process. Excuse me. Kent, Kevin, Sydney, and Tori, thank you so much. To also our House STEM policy that assisted us, Coffee and Maya, and my team as well for keeping everything organized. It's a challenging budget because we start with the executive recommendation and then we have many, many people coming and asking for their needs to be met. So the highlights that I would like to point to, first of all, is that we do have a gross appropriation of almost $36 billion. It represents around 40% of the state's budget. What I'm really glad to see is that we are leveraging federal dollars to the tune of $2.2 billion. And we have an increase of around $350 million of state general fund, but that also represents $115 million of state fiscal recovery dollars that are being invested. So this budget, as you know, covers many areas of health and human services, including behavioral health, mother-infant health, the child welfare system, public health, aging services, and the Medicare Medicaid system. We had a few focuses this year, especially I know that we have a bipartisan effort to really bring our behavioral health system online in this state. It was really deconstructed over 30 to 40 years, and now we are in a state of not having enough providers or services across the board. So some things that we've put forward in this budget include $5 million one-time for recruitment and retention programs of healthcare providers, an accelerated degree program, CCBHC expansions, which is a federal program, but also extends down to our mild to moderate cases to ensure that they have care as well. We are investing in Memorial Healthcare crisis unit in Owasso, as well as a variety of substance use disorder programs. We also included, we concurred with the governor's recommendation of money for our first responders mental health care. We also have the great responsibility of our child welfare system under this budget, which again has been historically underfunded. I'm glad to say that the Senate and this budget concur with the governor's 75% toward the child care fund reimbursement for counties. So that's the wraparound services that our counties provide in the area of juvenile justice and for foster families. So we are bringing that to what the Juvenile Justice Task Force recommended. It's well overdue. We increased payments to our foster families by 5%. And we also invested $1.5 million for our court-appointed special advocates who ensure that our children who are working through the court system have an advocate that is neutral. In public health, we made a variety of investments, including we invested $16 million to create a crime victim sustaining fund. What we know is that we've historically had federal funding through the Victim of Crimes Act, but due to declining revenue, we are anticipating quite a reduction in that federal funding. And so we wanted to ensure that there's some sustainability for those programs that already exist for the child advocacy centers, as well as our domestic violence and sexual assault providers. So that's our idea, with $20 million being appropriated per year for those programs. We also know that we had substantial COVID funding for food supports, and unfortunately that is being removed by the federal government. So we know that we don't want people to go hungry in this state. So what we've done is the food banks requested $20 million for the Michigan Agricultural Surplus System. It's really a win-win for the food banks as well as our farmers in the state. So this is taking surplus agriculture products, and the farmers provide them to us at a reduced rate, and we're able to distribute that through our food banks to ensure that people have healthy, fresh produce. We also invested $10 million toward food deserts. Those could be rural, those could be urban, and that is to ensure that they have adequate refrigeration so that they too can provide that fresh produce. We also have money for healthy homes. We have investment in safe drinking water and many other areas of public health, including money for community violence interventions. The governor had proposed $4 million. We added $10 million. There are many community violence intervention programs already working across the state. We know that gun violence is the leading cause of death for children, and we as a government have a responsibility to do everything in our power to reduce gun violence. Therefore, we saw that there's significant need for investing in those community violence interventions. For the mother-infant health area, which I personally feel is very important to invest in, there's a number of investments, including the Perinatal Quality Collaborative, the Michigan Breastfeeding Network. We are eliminating the 5-year waiting period for Medicaid for pregnant women and children, and programs like Centering Pregnancy and hospital maternal health initiatives to ensure that they are reducing complications of delivery. All in all, it's a very difficult budget to manage because you always have more needs and every need is important. And while you do see a significant increase, what we had to deal with is that the ongoing money was quite limited and less than the governor had appropriated in her budget. And so we really wrestled with where there are requests for additional ongoing programs. We had to make sure that we are providing a sustainable budget, that if we are investing in programs that are adding staff and infrastructure, that is something we intend to pay for, not just in this budget, but in continuing budgets. So, you know, that was a difficult part of the process. We were fortunate to have significant resources in the one-time area. So we were able to use our funding, for example, for foster care respite services, you know, $15 million to help those families get some care for themselves. So I think that we are proud to present this budget to you that does provide so much care from the Upper Peninsula to Southwest Michigan to Southeast Michigan. We really tried to ensure that we were spreading resources across the state. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Steele?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. The other day you had a Zoom call regarding the redetermination of Medicaid, and I wasn't able to ask my question, so maybe you can help me here today. Actually, I have a couple questions, but to start off with the redetermination, that there was going to be added 130, I think, full-time employees to assist with that for the redetermination of Medicaid after COVID. And given that there are going to be many people removed probably from that program, are these employees going to be full-time or part-time? And if we have removed people from the Medicaid and Medicare, I did notice that the Medicaid and the Medicare traditional and healthy, I'm sorry, the Medicaid traditional and healthy Michigan, both expenses went up. So it's actually a litany of questions. Are the people going to be full-time? Are they going to be working from home? The cost probably should go down, but they actually went up. And I just wanted to know why there was the difference of the increase.
Well, FTE stands for full-time employee. So if you see that, that's what that means. It's full-time. I would have to question the department on whether some of those will be working from home or not. I don't have this information at this time. I can get back to you. If you look at your this sheet of paper right here, it shows you the Medicaid cost adjustments. So you'll see that it's negative $28 million. So that is taking into account the fact that a number of people will no longer be eligible for Medicaid. So there's adjustments in Medicaid as well as the Healthy Michigan Plan to account for the expected reduction in numbers.
Okay. And then I just had a couple other, I did notice that the budget increased from $33 billion to $35 billion, which is roughly $2 billion. And I just was curious on how much of this budget was going to be an ongoing, or if it was just one time, of the $2 billion increase. I just want to make sure that as a state that we become sustainable into the future of being able to provide for our residents for these programs.
Well, as I indicated, $2.2 billion of the $2.5 billion is federal funding, so that is intended to be ongoing because that means that we are leveraging our state resources to use federal resources. So the largest portion of that is ongoing through federal money.
Are there any other questions? Seeing no further questions, Representative Hood moves to adopt substitute H1 to House Bill 4310. Will the clerk please call the roll?
On the motion to adopt the H1 substitute, Chair Whitwer?
Yes.
Representatives O'Neill?
Yes.
Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Curry? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
Yes.
Munzer? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner? Bolin? Green. Slaw. Beeson. Horton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Did you say pass or yes?
Pass.
Shooty. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 25 yeas, 3 nays, 1 pass. The H1 is adopted.
Thank you. We do have amendments. Representative Morse, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment has a number of sections that are just adjusting the language in the boilerplate to ensure it aligns with the programs that we are funding, and it's just a language cleanup, and I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please call the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer.
Yes.
Representatives O'Neill.
Yes.
Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morse. Purry. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney. Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Leitner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Horton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Pass.
Kuhn.
Pass.
Shooty. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 17 yeas, 2 nays, 10 passes. The amendment is adopted.
Thank you. Representative Bolin, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This inserts language that state funding should not be used to interfere with access to community programs. With that, I'll move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer.
No.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morse. Purry. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney. Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Leitner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Horton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Shooty. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no pass. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Bolin, would you like to speak to your next amendment?
Yes, thank you. This amendment would add back into boilerplate all the standard reporting, including the legacy cost reporting, et cetera. With that, I'll move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please call the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer.
No.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morse. Purry. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney. Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Leitner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Horton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Shooty. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no pass. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Borton, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment restores state ad board language to allow the legislature to transfer funds by resolution if the administration transfers appropriated funds by use of the administrative board. I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please call the vote?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer.
No.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morse. Purry. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney. Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Leitner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Horton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Shooty. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Steele, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. My amendment restores 2 deleted reports on the full-time employees, including on the full-time and FTEs numbers and the cost of the remote work. And it just allows transparency and the reporting that is required. And I would move to restore this reporting.
Thank you. Will the clerk please call the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer.
No.
Representatives O'Neill.
No.
Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morse. Purry. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney.
No.
Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Lightner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Borton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Shooty. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Green, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you. In an effort to remind us that we have future budgets coming, this amendment would reduce the number of FTEs and help keep our government in a economic status where we can sustain. I so move my motion.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer.
No.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morris. Hurry. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney.
No.
Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Lightner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Borton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Shooty. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Fink, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. According to the department, there are between 1,000 and 2,000 adoptions from our foster care system alone every year in Michigan. And at any given time, there are 200 to 300 children in the foster system, again, alone, waiting to be adopted. My amendment would provide $2 million to be used as tax credits for adoptive families in order to encourage the adoption of children in need of a forever home. I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer.
No.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morris. Purry. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney.
No.
Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Lightner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Borton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Shooty. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Kuhn, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move amendment number 7.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer.
Pass.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morse. Purry. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney. Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Lightner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Borton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Shooty. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 0 nays, 17 passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Bolin, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This relates to the Child Development and Care Program, and this would just ensure that parents are not, or daycare providers are not left in limbo due to departmental eligibility determinations, and require notice within 15 days if the eligibility or benefits have changed, preventing large child care providers as people reenter the workforce, and also requiring a quarterly report. With that, I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer.
Pass.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morse. Purry. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney.
No.
Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Lightner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Borton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Shooty. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 7 nays, 10 passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Green, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, please, thank you. Amendment number 9 would restore the diaper assistance line item that the executive recommended at 4 million. So in our budget, would it add an additional 2.9 million to the diaper assistance line to help maternity homes and other nonprofits. I so move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Purry? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner? Bolin? Green?
Yes.
Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shooty? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Green, would you like to speak to your next amendment?
Yes, please. Amendment number 10 would provide $2 million in funding to a mental health urgent care system in Oakland County, and would be really one of the first in the state to provide the urgent care, where a walk-in clinic for mental health issues. I so move the amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Purry? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
Pass.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner? Bolin? Green?
Yes.
Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shooty? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 11 yeas, 6 nays, 12 passes, 12 passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Green, would you like to speak to your next amendment?
Yes, thank you. Amendment number 11 would take $5 million, and in essence, it would eliminate, or it would phase out the Medicaid mental health local match requirement, currently in its 4th year of a 5-year phase-out. So this would help each and every one of our communities as they are working on their budgets. I so move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill?
No.
Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Purry? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner? Bolin? Green?
Yes.
Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shooty? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Green, would you like to speak to your next amendment?
Yes, thank you. This amendment would add boilerplate Section 258 from last year. That would require the department to work with the Department of Education, Department of State Police to promote and support initiatives in schools and other educational organizations that include, but are not limited to, training educators, teachers, and other personnel in school settings for utilization of trauma-informed practices, age-appropriate education information on human trafficking, age-appropriate education information on sexual abuse prevention. And with that, I so move my motion, my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please call the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
Pass.
Representatives O'Neill? Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Purry? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
Pass.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner? Bolin? Green?
Yes.
Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shooty? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 2 nays, 15 passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Green, would you like to do your next amendment? Speak to it.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
This Amendment 13 would provide $18 million to provide hospital staff retention payments and add that to what they already have. I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer,
No.
Representatives O'Neill, Brixey, Hood, Braybeck, Morris, Purry, Steckloff, Weiss, Martis, McKinney,
No.
Menser, Morgan, Price, Skaggs, Snyder, Wilson, Leitner, Bolin, Green,
Yes.
Slaw, Beeson, Borton, Fink, Cavett, DeBoer,
Yes.
Kuhn,
Yes.
Shudi, Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 16 nays, 1 pass. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Green, would you like to speak to your next amendment?
Yes, thank you. Amendment 14 would take $5 million and restore the hospital maternal health incentives line to the executive recommendation level. I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morris? Purry? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner? Bolin? Green?
Yes.
Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shudi? Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Green, would you like to speak to your next amendment?
Yes, this amendment would take $3.4 million and increase the Medicaid laboratory rate to the executive recommendation to match other rate reimbursement increases across the budget. These would go to hospitals, local clinics, and other outpatient facilities. I so move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Purry? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner? Bolin? Green?
Yes.
Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shudi? Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Green, would you like to speak to your next amendment?
Yes, please. Thank you. This amendment would take $3 million and fund private duty nursing services to increased rates paid for private duty nurses by community mental health services. So move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
No.
Representatives O'Neill? Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morris? Purry? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
No.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner? Bolin? Green?
Yes.
Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shudi? Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. And our last amendment is with Representative Kuhn. Would you like to speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move amendment number 17.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer?
Pass.
Representatives O'Neill? Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Purry? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
Pass.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner? Bolin? Green?
Yes.
Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
Yes.
Shudi? Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 2 nays, 15 passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. And Paul Tarr with Team Wellness in Detroit is supporting the bill. Okay, seeing no further amendments, Representative Price moves to report House Bill 4310 with recommendation as amended as a new substitute. Will the clerk please call the roll?
On the motion to report, Chair Whitwer?
Yes.
Representatives O'Neill? Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Curry? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis? McKinney?
Yes.
Menser? Morgan? Price? Skaggs? Snyder? Wilson? Leitner? Wolin? Green? Slaw? Beeson? Borton? Fink? Cavett? DeBoer?
Yes.
Kuhn?
No.
Shooty? Steele? Madam Chair, you have 17 yeas, 5 nays, 7 passes. House Bill 4310 is reported with recommendation as amended as a new substitute.
Okay, we're going to power through, and we are going to do our last bill, House Bill 4246, that appropriates to the Department of Labor and Economic Opportunity for the 2024 fiscal year. This budget was reported yesterday by the LEO Subcommittee chaired by Representative Snyder. I'll invite Representative Snyder to give a brief overview of this bill along with some highlights and key details of the budget. Welcome, Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. When we started to put this budget together, I wanted to make sure that every point of view was taken into account, every project was given a fair shake, and every program was scrutinized. I am proud to say that my office has taken over 140 LEO-specific budget meetings since the first of the year, and those meetings are still ongoing. The budget in front of you this morning, I guess it's not morning anymore, represents that massive collective effort. It is my belief that it represents a transformational investment in Michigan. The Department of Labor and Economic Opportunity is an extremely diverse department made up of over 17 different agencies, commissions, authorities, and offices, truly the crossroads of workforce development and economic development in state government. Together, these many agencies create the drive to create a thriving Michigan. This budget embodies the spirit of our great state by making record investments in the people of Michigan, creating a thriving workforce alongside transformative investments in the automotive and mobility industries, making sure those industries thrive in the 21st century as they did in the 20th. This budget provides record investment in Michigan's tourism and hospitality industries, helping to ensure Michigan's tourism is brought back to its thriving pre-pandemic levels. The House recommendation is a strong pathway to center workers and workforce development at the forefront of Michigan's investment in economic development. When I talk to businesses, industry groups, and nonprofits, the same three issues are brought up every time in relation to the worker shortage and general workforce needs: education or credentialing, child care, and housing. This budget works to address all three of those areas. $30 million is allocated for wraparound services for students to further improve the effectiveness of the Michigan Reconnect program. Nearly $5 million is allocated for the creation of the new Adult Literacy Opportunity Fund for non-ISD adult literacy programming across the state. The Tri-Share Child Care Program is given an additional $1 million for expansion of hubs and continued operations. This budget allocates $100 million to MSHDA's Housing and Community Development Program, including the $50 million of new ongoing funding from the CIT earmark that was part of House Bill 4001 passed earlier this year. $5 million is given to the Housing Readiness Incentive Program for grants to local municipalities for costs associated with adopting land use policies and master plan updates. This has been a top priority of the Housing Michigan Coalition. $25 million is allocated for the Habitat for Humanity Home Ownership Program. This budget recommendation also includes $15 million for fire gear equipment grants statewide and $15 million to provide funding to Detroit firefighters and public safety personnel that lost health care benefit funding during the city's bankruptcy. This budget delivers historic funding for the automotive, mobility, and electronic vehicle industry, including $55 million for EV charging infrastructure, a placeholder to create infrastructure for a statewide hydrogen refueling network, and $5 million for the global epicenter of mobility. As I mentioned a moment ago, this budget proposes transformational spending on Michigan's hospitality and tourism industry. Pure Michigan is funded at its pre-pandemic levels. $20 million is allocated for grants to statewide Convention and Visitors Bureau, an additional $12 million to attract special events and national convention to our state, and $10 million to the Michigan Hospitality Training Institute to provide training and certifications for hospitality employees. All told, this $2.5 billion budget makes historic investments in Michigan's workforce, ensuring we remain thriving, and that workforce and talent development is at the center of economic development. I'd just like to take a few moments to highlight a couple items on the House Fiscal Analysis. First of all, item number 1, the Michigan Reconnect Program. The executive included a $10.2 million ongoing funding increase for this program. The House does not concur. After doing some discussions with our subcommittee, there's over $30 million in a work program or work project for the current Reconnect program, and I just want to highlight that as there's a lot of support for the Reconnect program on our subcommittee, but we thought that we need to, it's still in its infancy stages, and working that out before we continue to increase funding. Secondly, item number 3, the 23+ high school diploma program. The House includes an increase of 2.5 million GF ongoing for what used to be the former Graduation Alliance program. The line item is now 23 plus to include other vendors to be able to apply for the funds. Item number 10, the Centers for Independent Living. The House version includes an additional $3 million ongoing increase for that fund. Item number 12, the Wage and Hour Program. The House includes $500,000 gross and an authorization of 4 FTE positions to include funding for additional child labor violations and wage theft investigations. This is in direct response to the New York Times piece that was in the national news a couple months ago that highlighted a couple facilities in Grand Rapids that had some 13-year-old kids working 60 hours a week. Item number 13, the Office of Global Michigan. The House includes an increase in authorization for 3 new FTE positions. Throughout our stakeholder meetings, we had many groups coming to us for a lot of funding in regards to refugee resettlement programs, and after some conversations with the department, I deemed it best that the department thinks that they can find a lot of federal money available, but they needed some additional FTEs. So this provides additional 3 FTEs for Global Michigan. Item number 14, the Michigan Community Service Commission. The House includes a additional $500,000 ongoing general fund dollars for operations increase. They've been flat for nearly 30 years. Currently, they have 14 FTEs, and 7 of those positions remain empty. So this recommendation removes 2 FTE positions and gives them an increase of $500,000 to help better fund their operations. Item number 21, I would just highlight the State Historic Preservation Office provides an additional $800,000 general fund dollars to increase funding for the Certified Local Government Program. There are 41 local governments across the state that are certified for this program. Item number 28, the Community Downtown Economic Development Program. The House includes this line in the budget, one-time ARPA funding, but we made some changes to include that it is a business corridor. Blighted business corridors are also included in the funding. I would also highlight item 31 that from the governor's executive rec, the insulin affordability and manufacturing attraction. The House does not concur, but last week this committee voted in the out the DIF's budget, which include a study to study the cost of insulin. So I think that's a 1-year study, and after that we can reassess that proposal. I already talked about the student wraparound services, but I just want to highlight that the department believes this is what will make the Michigan Reconnect program work better, and there will not be as much money stuck in a work project. The last 2 that I'll highlight is item number 42. The House includes an additional $25 million of ARPA funding for Going Pro, a very popular program that ran out of money in fiscal year ~23. And lastly, item number 46, the Arts and Culture Program. The House includes a $4 million one-time increase to general fund dollars for the Arts and Culture Program across the state. This is funded currently at $11 million ongoing. Prior to 2010, it was at $30 million. So last, I'd just like to say that this Leo budget recommendation before you represents 4 months of hard work, not only from the chair's office, but from my fellow committee members, and I would like to thank all the members of the subcommittee for your input and time deliberating together, and especially to my vice chair, Greg Van Workum, for this opportunity to work together in a bipartisan fashion for our hometown over on the west side. We are in a very unique position in our subcommittee as 4 of our members do not serve on full appropes, so I thought we had a great discussions though and some ongoing conversations. There's no one who has worked longer hours and been more dedicated to this process over the last 2 weeks than Viola Wild from HFA, sending emails late into the night and working with LSB to make sure we could get this done yesterday. So I just wanted to give a shout out to her. I know many of our chairs have thanked HFA for their contributions, but she went above and beyond, and thank you to Viola. Also, thank you to Eli Gagash and Joe Fedewa from Chair Whitwer's office for your ongoing support and being a sounding board for me and taking my calls at all hours of the day and night. So thank you, and with that, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Steele.
Thank you. Hopefully this is my last, but it's 2. It's a 2-part question. My first question is, I didn't have the opportunity to look at it very long because I just got it last night, and I was in my pajamas I didn't know who to ask some of these questions, but my first question is, how much of these expenditures are new first-time expenditures, like a dollar figure or a number figure? Is it, I'm just looking at this, the NAs where it says fiscal year 2022, 2023. So every one of them that says NA, that means that they were never here before as an expenditure?
I don't have a total exactly of what the new stuff is. There is a lot of SFRF money built into this budget of the federal COVID dollars, so there is a significant amount of one-time funding.
And NA means that they never were in this budget before?
Correct.
Okay, and it's okay, that's my first question. And my second question is, as I looked at it, number 20, the revitalization for $50 million. Number 28, the community downtown economic development for $100 million. And number 32, the empowerment program of another $100 million, is close to $250 million. That seems like it might be more like a economic development or a SOAR project and not necessarily in this budget. So I don't know if that was looked at as to put that in that budget or not.
So I would just say that this is the first step of the process and ongoing conversations. Some of those items that you mentioned are significantly decreased from the governor's executive rec. But, those are funds that are in a way trying to be, just what they're revitalization and placemaking for local communities, and yes, economic development across the state.
Okay, and then just one comment, it's not really a question, is being that I'm on the transportation budget, it would have been nice to have some of these funds go more into the roads instead of like our wants. We have some needs for our bridges and our roads, especially with the arts and the DIA. I love the arts and the theater, but I just want to make sure that we're taking care of the nuts and bolts of Michigan first before we take care of our wants. So that's my comment, and I appreciate it.
Are there any other questions? No? Seeing no further questions, Representative McKinney moves to adopt substitute H2 to House Bill 4246. Will the clerk please call the roll?
On the motion to adopt the H2 substitute, Chair Whitwer?
Yes.
Representatives O'Neill?
Yes.
Brixey? Hood? Braybeck? Morse? Hurry? Steckloff? Weiss? Martis. McKinney.
Yes.
Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Leitner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Borton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Pass.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Shooty. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 19 yeas, 4 nays, 6 passes. House Bill 4246 H2 is adopted.
Thank you. We do have a few amendments. The first amendment will be Representative Snyder's. Would you like to speak to your amendment?
My amendment simply removes one of the Michigan infrastructure grants from Ravenna Township, and with that, I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer,
Yes.
Representatives O'Neill, Brixey, Hood, Braybeck, Morse, Hurry, Steckloff, Weiss, Martis, McKinney,
Yes.
Menser, Morgan, Price, Skaggs, Snyder,
Yes.
Wilson, Leitner, Bolin, Green, Slaw, Beeson, Borton, Fink, Cavett, DeBoer,
Pass.
Kuhn,
No. I'm sorry.
Shooty, Steele. Madam Chair, you have 17 yeas, 9 nays, 3 passes. The amendment is adopted.
Thank you. Representative Slaw, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Please, thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would restore the language that allows the legislature to transfer funds by resolution if the administration transfers appropriated funds by use of the administrative board. With that, I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer,
No.
Representatives O'Neill, Brixey, Hood, Braybeck, Morse, Prairie, Steckloff, Weiss, Martis, McKinney,
No.
Menser, Morgan, Price, Skaggs, Snyder, Wilson, Leitner, Bolin, Green, Slaw, Beeson, Borton, Fink, Cavett, DeBoer,
Yes.
Kuhn,
Yes.
Shooty, Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Bolin, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. This would just update language that state funding should not be used to interfere with access to any community programs. With that, I'll move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer,
No.
Representatives O'Neill, Brixey, Hood, Braybeck, Morse, Purry, Steckloff, Weiss, Martis, McKinney,
No.
Menser, Morgan, Price, Skaggs, Snyder, Wilson, Leitner, Bolin, Green, Slaw, Beeson, Borton, Fink, Cavett, DeBoer,
Yes.
Kuhn,
Yes.
Shooty, Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Steele, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to amend, let me see, page 21. I'm sorry. I'm a loss for words. I know it's hard to believe. By March 1st of the current year, the departments and agencies shall report to the Senate and the House Appropriations Committee and General Government the number of employees who are engaged in remote work in 2022, the number of employees authorized to work remotely, and the actual number of those working remotely in the current reporting period, the estimated net cost savings by remote work, and the reduced use of office space associated with remote work, and renumbering subdivisions accordingly, and maintain an internet site for the post of the severance pay by inserting section 235. I move to my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer,
No.
Representatives O'Neill, Brixey, Hood, Braybeck, Morse, Purry, Steckloff, Weiss, Martis, McKinney, Menser, Morgan, Price, Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Lightner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Borton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Shudi. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Fink, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment would restore certain contingencies to their previous levels, and I move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer.
No.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morse. Furry. Steckloff. Steckloff? Weiss. Martis. McKinney. Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Lightner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Borton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Shudi. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Green, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, please. My amendment would simply retain language that would prevent the government from discriminating on an individual based upon certain health choices. I move my amendment.
Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer.
No.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morris. Furry. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney.
No.
Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Lightner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Borton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Shudi. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Bolin, will you please speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This simply restores the reporting requirement on legacy costs. With that, I'll move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer.
No.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morse. Furry. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney. Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Lightner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson.
Yes.
Borton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Shudi. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Beeson, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Will, for this. My amendment is to not have the increase of the 4.8 million MIOSHA and remove the 4-time FTEs authorized. I see this the last 3 years I've been here, and we continue to add people to almost every department as we continue to decrease our population. And at some point in time, as legislators, we're going to have to deal with all these positions that we put in place in the next couple of years, I'm feeling. And these FTEs, full-time equivalent employees, come at a hefty cost on the people that live here. So this is my concern every time, so I ask to move my amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer.
No.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morris. Purry. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney.
No.
Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Lightner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Borton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Shudi. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Representative Shudi, would you like to speak to your amendment?
I would. Thank you, Chair Whitwer. So I think the first 100 days of this legislature and our current, frankly, perilous geopolitical landscape have shown us that we need to do a better job in this legislature of vetting our investments of taxpayer dollars. Michiganders should confidently know that their hard-earned funds are not being sent to foreign entities that threaten our national security and jeopardize American interests. That is why my amendment would require any project considered for SOAR funding to have a foreign entity report completed before it is approved. Michiganders should not subsidize the Chinese Communist Party. We should not advance the Belt and Road Initiative in Michigan using taxpayer dollars. My amendment would ensure we protect our state's economy and our national security, and I'd like to move my amendment.
Thank you, Representative Schutte. Will the clerk please call the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer.
Pass.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. No. Morse. Purry. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney.
Pass.
Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Leitner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Horton. Fink. Cavett.
Yes.
DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Schutte. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 12 nays, 5 passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. Representative Cavett, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment number 9 reinserts language that would keep all broadband employees within the department to ensure cohesiveness in our broadband efforts. Thank you. I move this amendment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please call the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer.
No.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morse. Purry. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney.
No.
Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Leitner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Borton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Schutte. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 17 nays, no passes. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. And for our last amendment of the day, Representative Leitner, would you like to speak on that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just so you guys are aware, you had an amendment in your packet already. That's not the right one at all. We're going off the one that was just handed out. So this is in regards to UIA federal funds. Currently, the language that is put in the budget allows for UIA to independently spend the federal funds without any input from this committee and this body. I think that we need to make sure we have guardrails on the department, especially with all the problems we saw during COVID. Those of us that were sat here during 2020 during the last term are well aware of all the issues, I think, in our offices. And so what this does is it removes that language and makes it so UIA still has to come back to this body to spend federal funds as well. With that, I move my amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Will the clerk please call the roll?
On the motion to amend, Chair Whitwer.
No.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morse. Purry. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney.
Pass.
Menser. Morgan. Price. Skaggs. Snyder. Wilson. Leitner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Borton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Schutte. Steele. Madam Chair, you have 12 yeas, 16 nays, 1 pass. The amendment is not adopted.
Thank you. And I really want to thank everyone for your patience. This has been a really long meeting, and I appreciate all the work that everyone's put into their budgets. And with that, seeing no further amendments, Representative Martis moves to report House Bill 4246 with recommendation as amended, as a new substitute. Will the clerk please call the roll?
On the motion to report, Chair Whitwer.
Yes.
Representatives O'Neill. Brixey. Hood. Braybeck. Morse. Purry. Steckloff. Weiss. Martis. McKinney.
Yes.
Menser. Morgan. Price.
Yes.
Skaggs.
Yes.
Snyder. Wilson. Leitner. Bolin. Green. Slaw. Beeson. Borton. Fink. Cavett. DeBoer.
Pass.
Kuhn.
No.
Schutte. Steele.
No.
Madam Chair, you have 17 yeas, 6 nays, 6 passes. House Bill 4246 is reported with recommendation as amended as a new substitute.
Thank you, and again, thank you to everyone. Seeing no further business, the House Appropriations Committee stands adjourned.